All right, welcome in everybody. Happy Tuesday. I am so excited and anxious, and there's something about, I have this issue with well, I was gonna say video games. I have an issue with things in general where completing something, because we're gonna be letting it go, and I don't want to let this game go. So I'm a little bit emotional. Um yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I'm sure I'm gonna cry. Already getting emotional because this is the third game we're gonna finish tonight, and the first two had me tearing up because they get very like soppy at the end, and I just, because I've done research on these games, and this was intended by the developers to be the final game, so it's gonna feel like the end, even though there's more games that come after this, but that's a different trilogy, which we'll do at a future time. Also, welcome in Itadakimasu. Also, let me do a quick shout out. I've been in with some weird headspace lately, but with a lot going on, but I need to get in the habit of um, shouting other people out. I will do it when I can. I can't promise I can do it all the time, but everyone, please go follow Itadakimasu, a fellow VTuber. Has a ton of food-themed models. It is very cute. And fun, cozy vibes. They play a lot of strange, funny games, which I love to lurk in on. But yeah, welcome in, Itadakimasu. I hope you are doing lovely today. And not just you. I need to get better at just shouting other people out in general. it's I was just thinking about that like over the weekend. I was like, I need to get in some better habits here, since I don't have mods. But it is great to see you here. Yeah, and I'm fully expecting to get stuck in these games, because the problem is when you don't, I don't know, each case takes several hours. Like, I would say like, 6 to 10 hours depending on the case. So if you're not doing everything in one sitting, like, I forget things. We haven't played this since Thursday. I'm gonna forget things. And the game expects me to remember. Yeah, I am very excited. Let's go ahead and get right into it, I think. Because I have no idea. This last part is broken up into 3, which normally is only broken up into 2. So that's telling me that it's going to be long. But we'll see. We'll see how long it takes us to get through this day. It might be a shorter than normal stream, but that's okay. Or who knows? Maybe we'll end up going through midnight, which I don't normally like to do, but we'll find out. Basically, can I give like a spark notes on this case for people that have missed some of it? Basically, Pearl had Maya sign up for this like special training course on this other summit, and we've just recently found out that it was orchestrated by Pearl's mom, who's in prison from the previous game, and basically used Pearl as a puppet to orchestrate a murder. It's pretty wild. Also, Pearl can be the new Fae clan leader. Sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but it's not Pearl's fault. We love Pearl. But yeah, that did happen. And now that we've like we're finally at the stage where we've kind of pieced things together, and we're like at the finale. So speaking of Pearl, good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Oh yeah, we don't know if Maya's okay. That's the other thing. I totally forgot about that. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. And here's Edgeworth. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony. You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. That was unbeknownst to me. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Oh wait, Edgeworth isn't even the prosecutor in this case. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I would say not von Karma. I think it's Godot. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. So let me fix my camera. I'm top heavy. The Sacred Cavern. You don't mean that she's Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Oh my god. That'll be at the end of this case. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. We probably gave it to Gumshoe. Watch. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Ms. Elise Dunham, no, I mean Ms. Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Period. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Actually, no, it doesn't. Because why is your brother Canadian and you're not? My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. It's a parent trap situation. I mean, actually, Liz? No, wait, actually, there are twin sisters in this case. I don't know if you knew that. This is who we're defending, Iris. But then, this is her twin sister who was involved in this case, allegedly. Allegedly. She's allegedly dead, allegedly. But she's nasty. This is the evil twin that has murdered like a bajillion people. Yeah. She's not as sweet as she looks, I'll just say that. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee? The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. This is interesting. And we're gonna cross-examine this? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright, what is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Ms. Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Desecrating a corpse is a crime. I actually found out from this game. Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? I kind of believe her. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Oh, that Godot. So this is the confession that they were conferring about. Yeah, literally. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Wow, Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Okay. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? I kind of want to watch the anime, honestly. After I finish this today, I want to go... I think it's on Crunchyroll. Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Maya didn't... Wait, she's saying Maya did it? And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I should also point out, we're alone. We don't have Maya or Pearl next to us, which means we also can't have Mia's help. And Karma's not here, Edgeworth isn't here. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. This is already not true. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. I could go for some ice cream. So it was in self-defense. I just know, though, that near the... I know Von Karma's gonna bust in like the girl boss that she is. Probably in like 3 hours. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. See this? I'm already going to get tripped up, having to remember everything. So we're just going to press everything. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she know? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the Inner Temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No? I didn't want to be the... Phoenix didn't say no, what the hell? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. The staff is broken. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Ms. Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. Yeah. I mean, Pearl definitely wants them to date, for sure. It must be canon at this point. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. Also, Maya wouldn't kill her mom, who's also a main family member. Like, none of this doesn't hold at all. What happened after that? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Well, it wasn't fatal. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute, what was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Ms. Faye. Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Don't judge me for pronouncing that. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? We did find out that the staff was actually a sword. So I am going to say there is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do. But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now let's continue. I do think this is a contradiction. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. That doesn't work because her staff was the dagger. I think that's what we have to go with here. I am going to save. But let's see. Yeah. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Ms. Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. There we go. I'm glad I remembered that. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trey. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff, but even so, how should I put this? Slinging coffee to this man, literally. A longsword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Yeah. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright. I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Oh. Because Ms. Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. I know why. It's because, I guess it's because she's Misty Fey. I guess we present Misty Fey. I wonder if we present her. Let's try that. Yeah, because it says real name Misty Fey. It's her mother. So she was already part of the main family. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Yeah. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Also, we do have an ad starting in about a minute. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ah, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. It doesn't seem... That's what I'm saying. I was saying that at the start. I'm like, no, none of this makes sense. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Oh, Gumshoe didn't tell us about this. Interesting. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? There's blood on it. Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree. This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. Oh, actually, I do remember Gumshoe was saying he needed to wash something off because he didn't want this being presented. He was trying to stop this, I see. I'm pretty sure. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ah, were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Oh, it's you leave the murder weapon there, you write their name out. The victim writes the name of the murderer there. They did that cliche. Well, actually, they kind of did it here, too. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test to be performed on it immediately. It could be Maya's blood. We don't know that. Because we haven't seen her. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Please. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Okay. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie, ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. Her sister clearly lied several times. About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Oh, so this happened not at the courtyard. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. I think this wasn't Maya, although I do think that this did happen, just with somebody else. And maybe I think Iris is misunderstanding. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. Because remember, Pearl was also there at the temple, and she was channeling her crazy sister. Iris's crazy sister. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. And I wonder if she's trying to protect her sister for some reason. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? Is there a picture of the scene? Not of the actual crime. Well, wait, no, we don't want that. We have a picture of this, but it's kind of come to light that this is in the courtyard. This didn't happen. She kind of desecrated the body here, because we found that sword also wasn't the weapon. She was already dead. But yeah, we haven't actually got an actual real photo yet. What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. I'm surprised. Wait, we might have the stone lantern, though. Hold on. Or maybe we don't. I'm actually kind of shocked about that, because we did examine the stone lantern, and Maya's name was written on it. But it must not be something we use for evidence. I don't know. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Ms. Maya Fey do after she was struck? Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Wait. Did I press this yet? I don't think I did. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. Actually, we found it in the courtyard, so it was moved there. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. But wasn't she stabbed in the back? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim. Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. See, I have problem with that because... Where's the autopsy? Loss of blood from stab in the back. You can't stab her in the back if her back's in against the lantern. I'm gonna present this. Yeah. We already had a case like this where you got backed into a corner. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Interesting. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Oh, every witness we've had, including Phoenix, has lied on this stand, which is perjury. The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach? There certainly are some inconsistencies. It's all inconsistent, Judge. At least your brother is a little bit, like, nicer than you about it all. Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration in the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Only 21 sources. That's interesting that you would know that. Impossible. It hadn't been used in a long time when the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? He proved nothing there, by the way. Order, order. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Well, there we go. Now we can actually have that as something. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. I want to know why was Maya's name written, like, basically upside down? A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why is it's written in blood? Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the? Why is Godot upset about that? That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. How? How? With the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Yeah. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. That does kind of creep me out. He said like he literally came from hell. Like he was dead or something. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot. Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Ms. Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. This is probably about her transporting the body back to the courtyard. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looked. Interesting. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking of twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. I don't know about that. Yes, Your Honor. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I feel like it's the by myself part here that's wrong. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought that the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself. Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It literally burned down, actually. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. True. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ah, makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes. Let's ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes. God, we've been going for almost an hour already? That is wild to me. I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. The snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Ugh, I'm so bad with time. Like, I know we have stuff on the weather. It snowed until 10:50. The murder happened, I think... This is all not making sense because the bridge caught on fire at 10:45. She wouldn't have been able to make it back. So it would be inconsistent with snow would have still been falling basically because she would have carried the body before the snow would have stopped. Yeah, I would say this is important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Irish just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ah, this should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Let's see what she says. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. So that, yeah, I think this is where we present the weather data. Because there's no way she would have crossed the bridge. What? Really? Am I not correct? No. I'm not taking hits to that. Let's press her on this first, I guess. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. Well then, Mr. Tripe, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Is it one of those things where you have to do time of death first and then weather? Well, I mean, the autopsy report should have... It just says 10 to 11, so it's very vague. But I'm wondering if... See, this is the thing with this game. Sometimes it's like you can have the right idea, but like it might want me to present the bridge, showing that the bridge was on fire. Because she would have had to have crossed over before the snow stopped. Technically. I mean, there's like, what, a 5-minute window? Actually, lightning struck at 10:45. She would have had to have been over the bridge before then. The snow went to 10:50. So I guess it could have still been snowing. Still, though. After Mystic Elise died, I called out for Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. Oh, wait. We're already back at the... Sorry, we're already back at the start. Wait. I used the Shishishita to alter the way the window... Did we press her on this yet? Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably, more like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Ms. Dunham. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. Yeah, that's what every witness tells us. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I mean, it had stopped when she was moving the body. Because we found that out because her body doesn't have snow falling on it. But yeah, there's just no way because the murder took place at the other side where it would have still been snowing. It basically snowed up until the bridge caught on fire. It's just, do they want me to present the sketch? Is the thing. Let's see. I'm gonna present the data again. Yeah, it's not the data. And then I'm gonna present the fire bridge. If it's not, I'm gonna have to look it up. No? Oh my god. Do we have anything else? I mean, there's the tracks photo. I don't think they want us to present that, though. I'm gonna have to look this one up. Or we're gonna be here for a while. Let's see. Just have to be careful I don't spoil myself too much. Oh, I had the right evidence, the wrong statement, though. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It tricked me. Because normally, when they alter their testimony, that's the statement you present evidence on. Apparently not. It's like, but I had the right idea. Like, I was basically correct. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50, but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire? Did you not know this? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't. It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. She literally crossed the repaired bridge with us. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. No, my 50-second perjury. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. I love that he's fighting with the judge. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yeah. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Objection! It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, she died between 10 and 11. The bridge didn't burn down until 10:50. There's almost an hour time frame she could have taken the body over. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? I hope so. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? There's a way to jump from a burning bridge, as depicted in that picture. I don't think it was you, though. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. She could have hung on to that wire, I suppose. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Trite, I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said, the body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Oh my god. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally, it was, oh God. You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Objection! No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trey. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Well, Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Larry saw someone jumping from the bridge. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. He was literally a witness like a day ago. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. I feel like... Do we present that picture? It's not a way to cross it. It's a way to get off it, though. But I don't... Yeah, oh my god. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Although her corpse wasn't burned. You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Ms. Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Dunham. Brilliant. Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? It was yesterday. It actually was yesterday. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if I streamed on Monday? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. I think... Let me check something. Don't say anything yet. I think if he saw it upside down, he drew it upside down. Right? Do we have a picture of the bridge? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The suspensions are below. Well, wait a minute. Do we think he drew it upside down? It's kind of hard to tell. But I don't think the bridge had I don't think their suspensions were going up like that, were they? Those are for below. I think. And they're kind of hinting at it, the case upside down. Why not start with this sketch? Upside down. Yep. There we go. Why did Godot say that? So they went underneath the bridge, maybe? Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Ooh. But see, do I say a complete contradiction because he drew it upside down? I hate when the game tricks you like this. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Dunham stated it over and over that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ah, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I mean, the jumping body. The flying body. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now. It was lethal. What? Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Point to something else. I guess the wires? Your Honor, please give me one more chance. Okay. I'm a little mad about that. I guess we point to the wire? It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. I guess the bridge photo, right? That you just gave us. Yeah, the suspension wires went down, not up. Yeah. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. Godot spitting out his coffee like he didn't, bait us into knowing this. Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how this relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah. No way. Laurice Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. It still begs the question, how did she get underneath it like that? The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Porter. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. Yeah? This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? The Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Oh god. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? I mean, one of the support things looks like it had already snapped. I believe. I really went the long way to get it. You can even see it there. It's already there. I still don't know how she carried an extra body. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah. This is one of those wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. Ooh. I don't see this happening personally. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. It's a lot of coffee. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened once. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Didn't the autopsy said she fell? Body fell 10 feet after death. Yeah. Because she was never pushed out of her room. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. Oh, you know, we did point that out too. Von Karma mentioned that about it being like, oh, did this used to be a port city or something? I love how even the most like minute things they talk about end up being like super important. That's so funny. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Ms. Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found, precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. It doesn't explain how she got across the bridge, though. Oh, we had coffee thrown on us. Ow. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trey. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. In her hand. It probably was tied up with her, I would imagine. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. I agree with that. An accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Oh, please let me save first. Please let me save. Shoot. I don't want to lose 3 health points. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Could it have been Larry? That's troubling if it is. She's in solid. It wasn't her. Because Larry would have been up at that point. I thought, right? I hate that I can't save. It has to be either Larry or... Here's the thing. Pearl was apparently channeling her. But Pearl said she failed. She wasn't able to channel that person, so I don't know. What's your theory? Or do you think the nun is in on it? It could have been the nun. I don't think we're gonna... And her bad back probably made her miss the catch. Let's present it. Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say. I don't know, though. That aroma just now, it smelled of sulfur. Perhaps it was your chances of winning rotting away. Oop. Nope. Let's save. What's gonna save in the second slot? Because I don't know where I saved last. I mean, the only thing... I considered it, but it's just like... the nurse has, or not nurse, I don't know why I say nurse. The nun has not really given us, like, reason for doing that. I feel like it could have been Larry, but that doesn't make sense either. I had to look it up, but it's making sense and not making sense. Oh, you know what though? It was Pearl channeling Dahlia that pushed the body, and Iris was on the other side receiving it. They altered using the Shichishita. There's only one person it can be. Mr. Wright, please don't stare at me like that, it's creepy. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura temple side? Yeah. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Oh, yeah. It's like, I get so caught up with what they're explaining to us that you forget the other parts of the case. With her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. True. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trey, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved during the using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. What if she channeled the wrong sister? That's possible. I still have the theory, like, what if Dahlia actually isn't dead? But I think I'm probably wrong in that regard. The body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. Also, welcome in, Understated Diva. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trey? You mean this woman is... Are we speaking with Dahlia? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. So I think Dahlia's still alive. There's been a body swap. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is... Oh my god. And her being alive would be why Pearl couldn't channel her. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. But how is she alive still? That's the question. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. And that's when Mia made the milkshake reference. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Something wrong happened here. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all, the blood of the master of the Crane channeling technique flows within that body. The Crane channeling technique. Now, where have I heard that? So the murder trial is dropped. I guess! That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Is this Pearl? What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Wow, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? This is, like, wild. Also, let's save again. Because I'm concerned. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. But Pearl was channeling her. Pearl was over there. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh, I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? I feel like it has to say there was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely Oh yeah, the earthquake! The earthquake. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to, it wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Edgeworth, because of the earthquake. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. Interesting. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling, and be quiet. Oh, it's that bitch. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Oh my god. She's haunting us from the grave. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. To be continued. We still have 2 more. This is going longer than what I thought, but that's fine. We are finishing tonight. I don't care how long it takes. But we've been going for not quite 2 hours, but I am going to take a quick break here before we start part 2. To get up and stretch and maybe grab a snack. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. I wanted to grab a snack. It's a bit of a longer break, but that's okay. And I briefly looked at, we are actually about halfway through, which isn't bad. Did I save already? I think I did. That's okay. Courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Please. Well, it seems if we're able to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. That's odd. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way. Watch yourself, trait. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. The judge acting like he's doing anything in this case. To kill Maya, could it be true? I believe that. The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. Oh my god. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master, which she kind of just already told us. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned. The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success. You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Oh no. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. What a bitch. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Oh wow, so they're still making us, like, find something to contradict? Oh wait. There's one more. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? I guess to get back at Mia? For locking you up? Well, yeah, Mia did succeed the second time. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge against Mia. It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. What my goal was. Let's save it. I'm gonna present Mia. Because she said revenge. And I don't think that we actually have evidence, but we can present her. I just want to double check. I don't think. Yeah, it's probably... Yep, I knew it. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was Elise Dunham who channeled her after all. Wait. It wasn't Pearl? Wait a minute. This isn't making sense. Why would Misty have channeled her? So that's why when Pearl said she tried to do it, it didn't work. So Maya did technically kill her, but probably out of self-defense because she was fighting like somebody else. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. This is also confusing. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. But who? So someone has to be channeling her right now, though, which is Pearl, right? The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Or this is Maya channeling her, which I also would find kind of odd. Interrupted. It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearl, yeah. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. What? The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was, yeah, Misty Fey. The picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit, and that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Oh, no way. But why would Misty channel her? Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. I wonder Like, I wonder if Misty likes, because you know how she took Pearl, you know, to read or whatever. I wonder if she read the note there and saw what was going on. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? So let's save. I think she's telling the truth, actually. It's just, it's not making sense. What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh. The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Huh. Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Not yours. You did it. I did it the other day. I thought she was going to say that too. So what do you have to say now, Beanie? Although, that could be the case. Well, she can't take over Maya's body. Maya would have to do it willingly. But maybe she is doing it willingly to help us with the case, maybe? I don't know. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh. What? It's not off the table. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Oh, okay. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Whoever's in front of us right now channeling her has to be Pearl or Maya. It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. We have nothing to prove that. Why are we coming to this conclusion? It can't be. Ha. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? The judge's history of accepting dumb conclusions, yeah. According to this witness, the Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Yeah, Herlock Sholmes. I'm debating when I want to do the Great Ace Attorney trilogy. It's not really a trilogy. I think it's just 2 games, but I might do that after I do the Apollo ones, since they technically came out after those ones anyway. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Oh yeah, because there's no water on that side. There's like rock. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. That is correct. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Ms. Hawthorne claims Ms. Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yeah. It could be this, because see how there's all that rock on the inner temple side? She wouldn't have made it into the river. Is that what we present, though? I think it is, but I just want to make sure. I'm almost positive. That has to be it. I mean, there's this, but I'm going to be very pissed if it's this and not the other one, because the map shows that there's too much rock. I swear to God. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Correct. And we would have found her by now. So you finally figured it out. You... No. Order, order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River, correct? That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. I think she's standing in front of us. What? What is this one possibility you are talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Let's save again. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you? She's in this very courtroom. Yep. Yep. And this better be it. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? You say she's here in my courtroom. I knew it. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? I think Maya, maybe after, because she said after she was stabbed, when Elise was channeling her, she was like, she went back to like the spirit world for a little bit, basically. And then Maya channeled her back, saying like, no, you're coming with me. You're staying here. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. That's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. She couldn't channel her because she was already being channeled. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Oh my god. I mean, we know that Elise also channeled her. Oh, this is so... At what point... Because I think Misty caught on to it because she saw the note. She had to have found the note beforehand and saw what the plan was. I'm gonna go with this guess, but I want to see real quick. Oh, nope, I was wrong. It's Maya. But Misty channeled her first, though, and then after she died, Maya channeled her. So it's like, which one did they want me to pick, you know? This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. Oh, they meant, like, right at this very moment. Okay. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ooh, I didn't think about it that way. That's a good way to think about it. Well, Grimps, what would happen? Could it be... It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? I don't think they've really caught on that they've channeled. I think they're just oblivious to it, honestly. What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me. So welcome in, Waffle. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. Oh, where do I start? I really don't know how to start off with this. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. It's me. Wait, Pearl was here? I'm confused. Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Drag her. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? No, Mia's not. So Mia is being channeled by Pearls. Dahlia is being channeled by Maya. So before Dahlia was executed, she knew about the plan from Pearl's mother, who were both in prison at the same prison, to bring out this plan. And Dahlia doesn't care about that. She just wanted to kill Maya. Maya, to protect herself, channeled Dahlia so she couldn't kill her. If that makes sense. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fae. Pearls. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? So what about Iris? Iris... So Iris escaped after the... So this little body switch happened after that earthquake. Oh, yeah. So remember when we were at the cavern and more locks got added? Dahlia locked her in there. Because, someone called Godot and said, oh, we found someone in the cavern. They finally got the locks removed. And they said it's just Iris, but no Maya, because Maya's here in front of us. It's been a mess. What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you just say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I fucking love Mia Fey so fucking much. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. She is the essence of girl boss. She's mother. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burnt to a crisp. Oh my god. Oh, she's losing it. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. What's going on? Oh my god! Hello? I'm not ready to go. Oh my god. This is dark-sided. Are we doing an exorcism? Kind of serving though, I guess. Nick, sis. Oh, she fainted. Oh my god. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Okay, so they brought Iris in from the cavern. I wish they would be more clear about that. Okay, they actually, never mind. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. Maya's not dead. So, here's what happened. Which I think we're still figuring some of it out. That night of the murder, yeah, Mia has been dead for 3 games. I'm not even kidding. She died in the second case of the first game. But she's been like who we've called upon for help. But the night of the murder, which I think we still have one more part to go through where we're gonna like piece it together. But what I think happened was Pearl had that long note from her mom, not understanding what it meant. I think Misty Faye, knowing what was going on, grabbed the note because they said Misty channeled Dahlia instead. That's the part where we're not really fully understanding why she did that. But she was trying to kill Maya. Dahlia was trying to kill Maya. And the only way Maya could protect herself from being killed by her was to channel her. Which I'm assuming if she's having a spirit inhabit her body, the spirit can't, like, you know, throw herself into oncoming traffic or something like that. She probably has some sort of like self-control over her body when she channels people. That's what I'm going with. So it was a way to protect herself from a murderer, a ghost, I suppose. It's wild. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Yeah. Your Honor. Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. Not the judge, like, finally, after, like, 15 fucking cases, like, coming to his senses. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
What? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. There are occasional moments of clarity, yeah. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. So this is kind of what you missed earlier. They're kind of like retracing it. I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and it's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. That's true. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Do we think Pearl's gonna channel Misty Faye? Someone who saw the murder take place. Oh wait, the very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trade, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. Von Karma has not revealed herself yet. There is still time. This time you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Oh, this is getting so good. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dolly had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dolly was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. That case shocked me. I was not expecting that. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, oh, that was the attorney? So he actually is dead and he's like somehow back? Oh my god. That was the attorney she poisoned before she met Phoenix. Who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dolly even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. Can the characters please face their hands? You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Yeah, she did have the staff attached to her, it looks like. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. Interesting. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with this Shijishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Okay. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunham really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. It was not pearls. We're not doing that. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway, and who was it that had actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. And we have one final trial. Well, not trial, but one last final part of the trial. I'm just wondering, well, there's no one else that's dead that Pearls could have channeled. I just feel like Morgan has to be involved in it somehow, but she's in prison. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests. Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Interesting. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. I'm curious. Do we know who could have been the real killer. It couldn't be her, right? But it's like, when you look at who we have to pick from, it's not Pearls. It was not Pearls. She would never do that. I don't know. Although they said it couldn't be someone that was on the Hazakura temple side, so it can't be them. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. Let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Imagine if we find out that Phoenix also has the ability to be a medium in memory loss. That would be hilarious. Although I do doubt that, because they've kind of explained that only the women can be mediums. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. But I am like, normally at this point in the trial, it's like, you know who the killer is. It's just about piecing it all together and finding out why. But here, I don't know. I'm actually not sure. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fay. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at the Wright & Company law offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Ms. Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Oh. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. At the Inner Temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Interesting. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. This is sad. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Ah, well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person, but after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? I don't know. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker, most likely, the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? Welcome in, Sever. Surprised no one redeemed that yet. I stumbled and ended up against the stone mate. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think. After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testify that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. What is going on? Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. So the lantern was lit? Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns? So I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. I think we present the lantern there because I think it should say that it wasn't lit the night of... Yeah, it was not lit the night of the crime. Let's present that. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. We don't know of any men that were there, do we? Maya. You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Also, let's save real quick. Usually when they do this music, we have to do something. Huh. What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. What if... Hear me out. What if it was Godot? Remember, he wasn't with us for the first part of the trial when we were Edgeworth as the defense attorney. Remember that, guys? And I wonder... But why would he kill Misty Faye? Unless he knew that Maya was going to die and then it would have... Because he's really here protecting Mia. I think it was him. Cafe au lait, is that even legal? I think it was. Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon. I'm no Spoony Bard, I'll have you know. It was Larry. It was not Larry Keepo. So welcome in. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. I think she might have seen the light from his mask. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah. Please, Waffle. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. But if you have a light up mask that probably at night gives a lantern light glow. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Ms. Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? I figured this case out. How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. You were the light source.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother. Smash her past theorist. Okay. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ah. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick. Don't. Please stop. I've never felt so good. I'm gonna let... There is an ad playing right now. I'm gonna let this ad finish, because I feel like we're getting to some juicy stuff. But I'll just go through my reasoning. I think if he knew the plan, if he knew that, you know, Misty was, you know, being channeled by Dahlia, he's the one that stabbed her. And that all makes sense because Dahlia was the one that screwed up Mia's case. And he was with us. He was with her for that. And Dahlia killed him because of the poison. Oh my god. I had this case so figured out. That was the biggest shocker I've had in this game. Like, just casually dropping that bombshell of that, that he was the attorney that she poisoned. Because up to this point, it was nameless. They didn't tell us. I love Godot. I don't know how he returned from hell. Maybe he made a deal with the devil or something. I don't know. But the ad should be finishing up, so we're going to continue. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. But I don't think he knew he was killing her mother. I think he saw Dahlia and was killing her. Because remember, she was being channeled. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Ms. Faye saw in the darkness? If I swear if I'm wrong, I will end stream. I will just end it right here. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Let's shut the lights out. Let's shut it out. How do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is, but it can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. I rarely figure the cases out like this. I feel so smart right now. Order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Thank you, Itatama.
Objection.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... They're really making us go through this. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. I noticed that was weird. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I wonder, what do we have here to contradict it, though, is the question. We know she's wrong. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. That's telling me we're gonna press everything else and come back and press this again. Sometimes you do have to do that. The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow anyway? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. I love that emote. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay. Let's press on this again. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did, yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. And if that had happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurain killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? What do we have to contradict here? I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. I mean, the lantern still had your name written on it. But I don't know that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it didn't clean up. I'm gonna save. If this isn't it, oh, no, we're right. Okay. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Let's save, actually. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? He didn't notice it because of the mask. Oh my god, we found this out earlier. Oh my god, we found that out just a little bit like an hour ago. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But how did he notice the blood then, if that's the case, too, on the snow? Unless he just assumed... Because if he took more than what was needed, he probably was trying to make sure he got it all, maybe. That doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? You. You know, you forgot earlier you didn't notice it. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right, we went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. Oh yeah! This is the apron the delightful Ms. Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. He didn't notice the blood. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Ms. Elise Dunham, also known as Ms. Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ah. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow, how so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just out that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
This case has had a lot of turns. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it. Oh. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Hi, Quintus. Oh my god. This case, which we are wrapping up here, sort of, has been so freaking great. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha, nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Little Pearl. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. True. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. I know, because Waffle's gone silent on that, because we've already concluded that Pearl is not a killer. That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Allegedly. Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Well, sometimes Pearl makes mistakes, as we've found out. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Oh, I'm sure Pearl assisted in some way. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness, Mr. Godot. Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. Channeling a man. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. I mean, that I think is true. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an Acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunham. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too. Rose was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Okay. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl. All alone like that? Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hasakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot... He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really begging to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Let's ask Godot's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trey. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Which already had gravy on it. You wouldn't notice that beauty. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. You wouldn't have seen that. Western taste, could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Or he saw the picture before it was vandalized. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. But where do we present that, though? Like, let's press on cheering Pearly up. Hold on. That's true, yeah. Actually, wait a minute. So, didn't she say something about the first time? That's... Come on, Phoenix. For the first time. Because if it was after the murder, he would have seen the gravy. So he saw the picture before it got destroyed. Yeah. I see. Yep. Mr. Godot. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption that I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? He couldn't have known that a Japanese medium was wearing Japanese clothing at a Japanese shrine. What did you say? God, I hate the word doesn't let me save. Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? I mean, there's the note that Pearls had. Orders for Morgan Fay opened once before. I wonder if that's the clue. Someone else opened it before she did. Because I briefly remember that being touched upon. We still have 6 health points left, if it's not this. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for over a year. Or for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Ready. Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were with someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. He's on his, 50th cup of coffee, by the way. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? For Mia? You would do it for Mia. It's Mia's sister. This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Not Dahlia, please. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? Well, he was. With your honors-piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Piercing intellect, sarcasm. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia works. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. No, that wasn't... Yeah, it happened in the... Like he just said, it happened in the cafeteria. We found... What was it? The first case of this game? We didn't know it was him, but we knew that she poisoned an attorney. And that's when she met Phoenix and kind of like met him kind of on accident and gave him that poison thing. But then she wanted it back. Also, let me get my dog real quick, guys. Okay. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Wow. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years. You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day the plan was drawing near, I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? He apparently knew she was an author. You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Please, Waffle, it's not like that. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Fay's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to. Ah. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fay. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? God. I'm saving. There are only two possible suspects right now, Maya Fay, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. Please just sing it, Larry, please. No, Nick, please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing. From my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Ms. Fay, your testimony, please. I know. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? This is it. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. That checks out. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh, things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fay? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. It was a goose. Okay, Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned toward the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? I thought I'd ask for help, but then I was splattered with blood. That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. Hi, Leo. Welcome in. Also, let me do a quick little shout out. Everyone, please go follow. I hope I'm saying your name right, by the way. But Leo is also a fellow VTuber. Plays a lot of Final Fantasy. Has been playing Princess Peach Showtime, which we also completed I think, a week or so ago. We are getting near the end of this case, actually. We're at like we're in the final stretch. It's been so good. Thank you, Waffle. We'll be live again Thursday. We can chit chat about it then. Because I'll just be doing DBD Thursday. We can just talk about whatever. I zone out when I play that. But thank you for the alert. Smell of blood. Okay. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off, or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What if he turned around and he wasn't facing her anymore? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? Please. So then that scream came from the killer. That's got to be it. We do know that one dagger, they said the blood was not the victim's. So she did try to stab him back. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. She didn't stab him with that staff. She stabbed him with the dagger. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. You're never correct about anything. About anything. I want to make that very clear so it really penetrates. You're wrong about everything. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Yes, Kivo, penetrate. Penetration. I want to get it through his thick skull. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. It wasn't the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged in. Well, there's that too. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream. Oh yeah, because if Dahlia was, if Misty was channeling Dahlia, Dahlia didn't know that the staff was also a weapon, but she did have that dagger. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trey. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? This little dagger right here, actually. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. We already proved that it wasn't. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. What if she stabbed him in the face? That's kind of... I don't want to think about that. But, like, it explains the mask going out, and it explains, It explains the mask going out. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory trait. Order in the courts. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? My god. What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trey. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya. This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Inner Temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. She makes a good point. I still think he got stabbed in the face. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him. That's impossible, right? You know how cold it gets up there late at night? Hey? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. True. Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... Can we channel her? So come on, Trike, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? Wait, let's save. We're gonna save. You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? I think Maya's gonna channel her, I bet. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end trait. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Oh my god. Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? I just saved, right? I think I did. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trey. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. I want to get this right so bad. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place, I think he was stabbed in the mask, I think. Or up under his mask. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden. This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Although now that I'm presenting evidence, I'm a little concerned. I might need help. Like, do I just present him? Has blood on it, came from the victim's staff. I feel like we have to present him, right? That's the victim's blood. There's nothing there, because nothing else here is making sense. I'm gonna try it. I hope I'm right. They kept alluding to his mask going out of power. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trey? What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. I'm getting teary-eyed. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh, I need my Q-tips. I'm getting so teary-eyed. Oh. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then... Yeah, Q-tips for tears. I do the Wendy Williams method, yeah. I'm just gonna use my shirt. I don't have tissues. While I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all? Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette? A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me as death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando? I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. His face is bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me for what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. That wasn't you, though. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. What? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Wow. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, right? He called me by my name. He was coffee. Please, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least on him. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Probably be tried at a later date for something else, but that's... Court is now adjourned. February 10th. Ugh. I am an emotional wreck right now. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too, we owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Karma! Oh my god. Francisca. Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Huh, Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial... That was one of my favorite parts of the case, was those two going at it. That was like, ugh, so good. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Not Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised. You're going to model for my next picture book. Franzi's... Oh, don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. I do want to know where Pearls is. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful, despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. Did her dad actually die? We did get him locked up, but did they, like, execute him? I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya, Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Then tell me, Phoenix, right? Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Probably Pearl. It has to be Pearl. Pearl Fey. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh my god. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ow. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ow. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Oh. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Oh, not the Tribulations. No, 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 no. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack, eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly. I can't find her anywhere. Huh. I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ow! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. She cleaned it. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah, Mystic Maya. Pearly, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Oh. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. That is true. Her mother has been gone for like 20 years. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... What is this? A photo. Ah. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. They've broken the vase before. Please. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return. time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. That is hilarious. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah? This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can't come back for training anytime. Or you can come back, not you can't come back. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. And probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? Hear me out. I kind of want an emote that's kind of this expression. Maybe not as Pearls, but maybe like my character, but doing that expression. I'm kind of obsessed with it. We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Oh, of course. Yeah, I fully assumed that. Oh, we finished it. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane and the Officer Manager of Wright & Co. Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. I don't want this to be over. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. Wait, is who older than Phoenix? Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Oh, not that. Gumption, please. Oh, yeah, it's Miss Andrews. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Ms. Von Carmen, who I hadn't seen. Oh, she taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Uh-oh. Not that. Oh, not him. Desi and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it right now. Win through compromise. She scares me. I'm still afraid of her. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. I'm like, who did she lend money? Us? Or Don Tigers, assuming she killed him. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Oh yeah, what's the name for that where it's spelled the same forwards and backwards? Like Glenn Elk? Adam Mata. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Yeah, palindrome. Yeah. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeney. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Ooh. This is gonna make me sad because it's showing all the characters. There's the girl boss herself. She mothered this entire game. This third game was Mia's game. I did like Godot as well. And Von Karma, also girl bossed. I'm gonna clip that just for myself. I want to rewatch that. She tore her up. I would if she wasn't already dead, she would have passed away right there. Not old bag. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Okay, here she goes. I tried to keep up with her. Just doesn't work. And now she's shooting us. I finally found something I love to do. Franzi's whippity whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Please. Oh. He drew them? That's actually really sweet. Karma, she looks so good there. Did Godot die? Because he's up there with dead people. Wait a minute. I guess they kind of insinuated it, but I didn't think like it was actually gonna happen. Oh, and the game's over. It just goes straight back to the title screen. Oh. Oh, that was so good. That case was so good. It made up for, like, the other mid cases in this game. All the ones with Mia were amazing. But this one here was like, oh, it took the cake. I love how I really thought we were gonna finish it like 2 hours ago, and it just kept going and going, and then like, oh. My brain is like mush right now. I'm like, I can't even. This was so good. So I don't know. Here's the thing. I really do want to. There's another trilogy. There's the it's the Apollo Justice trilogy, but technically only one of the games is his. One of them is him and Phoenix kind of sharing cases, and then the other one is just Phoenix, I think. But it's like the series does continue, and I do want to get to it because I love the series. I'm like fully invested now. I don't know when, because I have some other things I want to do. We're gonna be starting up Tears of the Kingdom on Sunday because we're finishing Breath of the Wild, so that's gonna be a long game. I have Paper Mario Origami King, which it's another game I bought like during COVID that I just never got around to beating. I need to get these games off my list before I start buying new games. And then 1,000 Year Door comes out like end of May, so it's like if I can squeeze this in, and then Dawn Trail comes out end of June, so it's like I'm gonna be playing that for a little bit. But I do plan on playing. I do plan on playing the Apollo Justice games. And there's the Great Ace Attorney, which is sort of like a spin-off. It's like farther in the past, basically. I'll probably do that last, because I feel like I'm more I care more about like this storyline, you know what I mean? But this was good. This was really good. Like I would dare say like one of my favorite series I think I've ever played. I don't know, it's not that like the best game I've ever played, but like story-wise, like I've never really gotten into visual novels. This was just so fucking good. Like, and I cried. I don't think you guys could tell, I muted myself because I was kind of blubbering. Just for a second, I was choking up a little bit. And it got me at a part I wasn't expecting. But yeah, this, ugh. I need to stop. I'm rambling. I do know who I want to raid. I want to raid Trashy. We haven't raided Trashy in a while. They are out of drag tonight, but they are playing Dragon's Dogma 2. I've been seeing a lot of people post about this game, and there's a streamer I do want to watch, so probably make it more entertaining than I could have. I know, when they showed them, that's kind of when I lost it a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, hopefully I'll get some clips from tonight too and put them on like TikTok and stuff. But thank you guys for stopping by. Let's go raid on over to Trashly. There is our raid command. Snatch that up if you're subbed, or if you're not, use your own emotes if you want. I will be live again Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. I didn't have anything planned because I knew I wanted to finish this tonight, so I'm just going to be playing some DBD. It's going to be fun, cozy. I'm going to make it cozy. Friday, I'm doing some Final Fantasy. I'm going to be doing some Palace of the Dead because that's another thing I want to get off my bucket list before end of June. So that'll be fun. And then I'm going to be doing Zelda on the weekend. I'm streaming kind of a lot. I'm kind of crazy. I shouldn't be streaming this much, but I got things to do. But thank you guys for stopping by. It really does mean a lot that there are still people that still come by and support me. I've had a kind of like a trying week, so this means a lot to me. It really does. But I will see you guys later this week. Have a good night, everybody.